Okay, testing the sound. Okay. So how's my audio coming through? Okay, that works, I guess. So I'll go ahead and mute it on YouTube there. And all right, let's see something here. I'm still streaming. I don't know why it said offline. Oh, look at that. It's the first time that I've seen streaming on Rumble actually say that it's streaming. That's interesting. Okay. Um, let's go to chat here and infinite infinite tunnel infinite tunnel of streaming apparently. Okay. So here, let's actually pop this in here. I just uploaded it today. I should have uploaded this on Friday night for Saturday. But that's okay because nobody's watching them anyways. But let's see. Let's go to favorites. Actually, where's my Discord? Here, put Discord up here. Up screen there. Okay, and then um, here, let's just go ahead and plop that in there, and then let's go ahead and start this up. And I'm already kind of late. Actually, maybe I should start every deal with this as a segment, as a thing. I'll tell you what I'm talking about here in a second. Not that anybody will see it, but that's okay. Right, there's no errors now. Everything's working like it's supposed to be. And I will probably be working on some of the newer cards or whatever here. I'll have to read through these to make sure. Maybe a playthrough, possibly. And what's this? Hebrew Home 7. Okay, maybe I'll have to switch to that, play it, and then see how everything's going. Okay, let me let me shrink this down. Um, you know what? I'm gonna do this a little bit differently, I think. I'm gonna go ahead and shrink that down a little bit. And I'm gonna go ahead and I need to shrink it down to where it's at least as tall as there. Actually, it could be completely on the deal. I basically just want the chat portion of the window to well, I don't know. Maybe I should just put it all the way over there. Way over here. Here, just give me a second. In fact, I'm gonna count everything from 11:30, even though I'm 8 minutes in already. 11:30, and okay. So before I do anything here, um, okay. I almost wish that chat window was on the left side instead of the right side. Here, maybe I can do this a different way here though. Let's pop this back up here, and we'll leave that. Drop this over here. Well, I guess it means it's all the way over on the side, and so then I still have to keep track of it. That's why. That's why I was putting it over here. Okay, hopefully that's not gonna be. I just close this too. Hopefully it's not gonna be a problem for anybody else. But luckily for me, that means that at least the chat is still visible here. I guess I can put this over here, like so. That way I can have the full thing, and I still get to see the chat because it's on the other window, but I also forward a little bit. Turn this in a little bit. There we go. Means I have to turn around or whatever. I think. Actually, let's. Oh, I'm still on this. Actually, let me go to the webcam for a second. Just actually don't need these right now, right this second. Okay. Anywho, okay, I'm just looking at my screen. It's actually to my right. You know it's to my right when you're looking at it, but to me it's looking like it looks like it's looking to my left. Uh, it's actually my right. It's looking to your left. Anyways, I'm looking at me in reverse, which is anyways. You get the idea. You know the thing. Switch back to desktop. This way I can have the full, pretty much the full screen for this. Actually, you know what? Let's do something real quick. Yeah. I know it's infinite zoom out. Let's see if I can take this and shrink it down a little bit more. Let's transform. Okay, transform. That's not what I want. Oh, the size is 640 by 480. Can I just shrink it down? Can I make it maybe 640 20 by 240? So? Ooh, I'm so tiny. Look at the tiny me there. Tiny me. Um, but maybe that's a little bit better for. Actually, what's partway between there? What's 640 320 is 180, right? That's 400. 500? See something here. Let's do a calculator, shall we? Um, I want it to be in between 640 and what's a fourth? 640 divided by 4? 160. So it'd be once. Okay. So 3/4, right? Plus 320 equals. There we go, 480. So it is 480. 480 divided by 16 equals 30 times. Oop. Backspace. 30 times. Why do I keep doing that? 30 times 9 equals 270. Oh, of course, the old 480 by 270. 480 stretched out by 270. That's not right. Oh, it's 4-3, isn't it? 4-3. 4-3. What am I doing? What am I doing? Uh, right. I keep forgetting that. C, C. Where's how do you clear out the stupid thing? I guess just backspace. This is a Linux calculator, not a Windows one. Okay, 640 divided by 4 is 120. That was 160. 640 divided by 4 is 160. Times 3. No, no. What am I talking? Wait. 4343. Oh, 480. Okay, 480. 480 divided by 4 is 120. That's why I got it. That's why I got 120 in my head. Times 3 equals 360. 480 by 360. There we go. Just want it slightly smaller so that, well, partly because it's better that my face not be in here as good as much. But also partly because so I can have more screen space basically. So that way it's not cutting off too much. In fact, it's not hardly cutting off anything over here in the corner. I mean, other than my actual like what do they call that, system tray kind of deal. Look at all this stuff I have to update. Look at this. Please switch to another Linux mirror. Your apt configuration is corrupt. Why does the apt configuration get corrupt? Why? I don't do anything to corrupt it. I just install updates and it works. And then I have to. It seems like every week or so, I have to keep switching Linux mirrors for some reason. I don't know. If any of you know, let me know. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay. So I decided I was going to do a new format. All right. So, um, partly to make sure that this isn't too boring, that my development thing isn't too boring, because there's going to be a lot of stuff in here. Of course, it'll make it longer because I'm not focusing on it all the time. But I need people to come in here and to watch the stream. Basically, I don't really know how to do that. I mean, other than like I modified my stream name this time. You can see it here. Enchanted Lands Magical Resort, which is the name of the game, Devstream 124. I just decided to say, forget it. I'll just put Devstream in there because, I mean, yeah. I decided the uploads though, the updates are they're still updates, so it's not really, it's not exactly a devlog really. I mean, I guess it kind of is, but not exactly. I mean, it's more a devlog now than it was then. So the ones that I'm uploading right now, I just uploaded 24, which is supposed to be on Saturday, and I'll be doing them once a week. And once once I started putting the days of the week on there, that's more like a devlog than to show you what I did that day versus the way I've been doing it. So I don't know if more people will actually look at those. I'm gonna have to work on like thumbnails and titles and all that stuff, and it's kind of hard because I mean, other than spending the time, you it's a series, right? And it's kind of the same thing. It's one project, and I might add some interesting title to start doing them, but it's just an update. It's just whatever I'm, up to that day, that week or whatever. And um, anyways, I need to figure out some new way of getting people to actually come in and watch the stream. Not that many are doing it, and I get part of it is my consistency. I'm consistent to the fact that I'm still doing them every weekday. I've dropped the edit streams, but I'm still doing them every weekday, and so there's a consistency there. I start about the same time every day. I get done about the same time every day. But as far as anything else is concerned, I'm not really that consistent. I'm not that on time. That like this morning. So I know there's some improvement there. The improvement is that to make sure that I always start at the time I'm supposed to start at. Um, that's one thing. The other thing is I just thought about the doing sort of a pre-advertising. I was talking to Grok about my live streams, and it suggested that I about 2 hours before, that's when I should post to Twitter and maybe Discord. I probably do the Discord as well. Maybe it doesn't matter for like this couple of forums that I do. Like I do the subreddit, the Redot subreddit, which is kind of funny because there's a ton of games and indie game channels, but it seems like most of them are against you self-promoting, which is kind of weird to me. Uh, I don't know. Maybe there's something that there's one. I'm not sure what it was, like indie games or something. I forget. It was a subreddit, anyways, and they encourage you to submit, but they have specific requirements. Like you have to have a certain amount done. You have to have a screenshot. You have to have this, that, and the other thing. And I don't really have those. I mean, I have a screenshot of the current daily. Uh, I update the shots of the thing running in the editor, or working in the editor. That's not really a screenshot of my game either. And so at that point, I'm just like, you know, I just want to advertise my stream, and you know, so I'm only posting in the Redot subreddit because it's about Redot, and they don't seem to care how I do it, basically, which is cool. So there's that, and then there is, what's the other thing? The Redot forum. So both of those are specific to Redot. So um, I'd like to be able to post more in uh, more subreddits, maybe a few more forums. Possibly, I guess, I'm not sure. Maybe I should have a. It's going to be almost the same screenshot every time, or maybe I should take a screenshot after every stream, and then when I post the next day, I can post a screen. I can post whatever the current screenshot is. The current, you know, it's going to change from much from screenshot to screenshot though, especially every day, which is probably annoying. So I probably wouldn't do it every day. I have to do it once a week, right? I don't know. It's just sort of annoying to me. Um, Actually, maybe in the subreddit and in the forum, maybe you should stop posting the link every day in there, because that's just about a forum is sort of a cruise at your own leisure. It's not a real time. Like or X is real time, and Discord is actually in real time. But like forums and stuff are not in real time. So and now that I've got everything through the link tree, that means it's like a single page, and um what was I saying? Yeah, it's like a single page, and I don't need to continuously re-upload that. Now, of course, the other thought of doing it every day is because I put the title right where the title is, Devstream number or whatever, update number, whatever. But and maybe a little bit of a description, and you kind of want to do the description in there so that they'll kind of look at it and go, I wonder, what's going on today. So that's why I always put description. But on forums, I guess I could just do it once a week. Shoot, I could do it once every 2 weeks. I could do it whenever I post my actual update videos. Okay, so I just posted update 24 onto YouTube and Rumble. And so after 24 of them, that's 2 a week for 4 weeks. That's a month. Now, starting at update 25, it's going to be once a week. So it's only going to be four per month. And, you know, so anyways, 4 per month instead of 8 per month. Um, so that'd be 25 to 36 for, that's, 12 of them instead of 24 updates. Is 12 updates that I do once a week. And then once I hit 36, starting with 37, I'm doing them once every 2 weeks because that's how I'm editing them now. So the updates now are going to be slower. Perhaps having more in them, maybe. Um, anyways, okay. So what was I trying to do? Yeah. So it suggested that I put like a pre-announcement, like 2 hours earlier. In 2 hours, going live in 2 hours. And I might could do that. Or I might could turn on my computer first thing in the morning and just kind of announce it. And it would just be, I guess it would be in both Twitter and Discord. Um, and if I did it 2 hours early, that means that I won't be spending the extra time doing it. Although what you want to do is you want to do it at the time that you're live. I'm going live in 5 minutes or whatever. And that could be a one line that I copy paste in everywhere, and they can refer to the previous link for the actual link, or I can actually provide the Linktree link anyways. So I might start doing that. I might start doing the pre-announcement thing. But okay, so the slightly different format is I was thinking, and I already kind of mentioned it before, is I want to do it in 4 sections, and where I have a 5 minute break in between section um, in between the first 2 sessions, and then after the break, the last 2 sessions after the break. That's a little bit less time, actual like work time or whatever. But it's still 3 hours and 20 minutes instead of 3 hours and 30 minutes, right? It's only 10 minutes less. But what it'll do is it'll give me a time to stretch my legs and break. And probably what I'll do is I won't put the break time thing on that. That's going to be the official break, the 30-minute one. But in between each 50-minute segment, I'm gonna do 5 minutes, and maybe I'll put it on the be right back or hold on a moment or something. I'll probably leave the speaker, the microphone on, and I'll probably just be in my room here. I don't know, exercising or something. I don't know what I'll do. I'll just maybe I'll get up and I'll walk around, and I'll stand for 5 minutes or something, do a few squats or a few push-ups or something. Something to move around to, so I'm not just sitting the whole time. And I don't have enough money to do a standing desk, and I can't really do anything like standing desk. I don't know if I could even dev that ways, anyways, or work that ways, anyways. But maybe if I ever get the money in the future. Like I said, I got a Patreon that I still have to work on. I haven't got all the tiers in, and I haven't figured out the method I'm going to use to do it. Maybe I'll um let's see. Maybe I would make a post on the Patreon at the same time that I'm making the pre-announcement thing, like during the day or whatever. Um, and maybe that's kind of a good idea. And I'll put the times up in the pre-announcement, and then and I won't say when I go live on the Patreon because they're posts, so I'll probably do that. Anyways, so a slightly different format. And in the slightly different format, like I said, I want to do it in 50-minute segments. Ideally, it'd be 45 minutes. 40 or 45 minutes. But 50 minutes is still probably okay. And so it gives me time to stretch my legs, get up, walk around a little bit, whatever. Go get a drink of water. I got my water here, but use the bathroom, whatever it takes. And then I want to focus on doing um, like 4 different things on each session or segment. In fact, let's see. Um, since technically I started at 11:30, I'm supposed to be on at 11:30. Uh, so it's 12 o'clock. So it's been 30 minutes. So 20 more minutes. I'll take my little 5 minute break. And I won't be gone that long. I might not take a full 5 minutes. I don't know. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling at the moment. Okay, so now I could always start off with the start session being what am I going to do today? A recap of what I did yesterday. Um, Trying to get up to speed, just talking or whatever. And I mean, maybe that's okay, but maybe that's not okay. Save that. Let's close it. Um, but yeah, I don't know. That'd be a whole 50 minutes of me doing nothing. I mean, it would be nothing. I'd be planning stuff out and whatever. But I'd probably still do actual work. And today is just kind of a weird day, anyways. Today is kind of like the same as any other day. I get started a little bit late, but I'm not 100% late. And I'm doing a lot of talking, which I don't plan on doing, whatever. I also wonder if maybe I should do maybe it should be like a planning thing, like maybe be planning on the week, so every day other than like every Monday, Tuesday through Friday, then I'll do some work or something. I have to figure out like 4 different things to do. Right now I have only 2 things to do right now, and that is to work on the game, which is the story side of it, right? Create adding the choices in, and then the other one's to work on my layout tool, where I'm refactoring the code and stuff. And so work on code, work on game, and then I'm not actually doing audio visual until like later, right? But there's a couple of things I need to do. I need to I need to learn how to draw. Okay, that's not entirely true. I know a little bit how to draw. I'm halfway decent at copying stuff, so I'm not horrible drawing. I can't necessarily draw things from memory. Um, that's actually something I should really train. I should really to uh, train myself to do from memory. In fact, um, like I said, I think his name is Jason Brubaker. He makes comic books. I guess he's a Christian, but he came out with a drawing course. Um, I forget what it's called. I have it on my hard drive, and I got the actual physical books. But they're for drawing anatomy, and his method entails you copying a picture and then covering it up and then trying to draw it from memory and then go back to the picture, showing the picture, and then copy it again and see how much more accurate it goes each time. So each time you cover it up and you're doing it from memory, you're training your mind to like recall details and stuff. It's supposed to be a pretty decent way of learning to draw. My only problem is I need time to do it, and I don't have the time. I've said this before. So if I'm if I'm doing what I should be doing, if I go to bed at a decent time, I wake up early. I wake up at 6:30, um, and usually I plot myself in front of the TV. I don't watch TV. I actually I put myself in front of the TV. I actually turn on the living room computer then and let it go to screensaver before I actually turn the TV to the computer. But like I said, I don't really actually watch TV, but I plot myself in my chair, and then what do? Is I play some phone games. Play that for about an hour or sometimes even longer, which is not very um, constructive, right? And then we have to eat, and either me or my dad has to make dinner or lunch or whatever you're gonna call it. We only eat 2 meals a day, at least right now. Might end up going back to three because we were dieting. We're not dieting anymore. Doing keto and then carnivore, and I don't think Dad can handle carnivore, and we might not even get back to keto because we don't have the money. The stupid food costs a lot of money. And I know a lot of these people that are saying, carnivore and keto, like, you save a lot of money if you don't go fast food or go out to eat, blah, blah, blah. We don't go out to eat. We don't ever, hardly ever go out to eat. I mean, we don't not go out to eat. I should say, we do pick up fast food now and again, right? Just because it's convenient. Depends on if, like, Dad has an appointment or something, or we have to go somewhere. And um, so we don't eat fast food that much. We occasionally we eat stuff when it's kind of cheap, basically. Um, but for the most part, we're not spending money going out to eat. We buy stuff. There's the it's the saying. You can either eat cheap or eat healthy. You can't eat cheap and healthy. You know, um, if you eat healthy, you got to eat expensive. If you eat cheap, you're not eating healthy, right? More or less. Um, so getting breads and pastas and whatever the things that they say is actually causing you to get fat, they're the cheapest stuff. Super cheap. I can get a bunch of super cheap stuff. Rice is real cheap. Beans are real cheap. Although rice and beans, I wouldn't say they're unhealthy or anything like that. They're just carbs. So if I'm trying to avoid carbs, then you can't get those. But they're super cheap. You know, it's like it's like crazy. And I don't have any money right now, so I can't. It's not like I can, go over to the deal. And I don't even know why I went on this little rant. Oh yeah, so we make dinner or lunch or whatever, and we'll just call it lunch. We make lunch, and then I eat it, and then I come in here, and by that time it's about 11 o'clock, right? If I'm doing right, I come in here about 11 o'clock. I do this preliminary stuff. I post links everywhere, and I get started at 11:30. This is a 3.5 hour to 4 hour deal, right? And I could cut down the amount of time. I could do this 2 hour session, but that's only getting 2 hours of work done on my game uh, every day. That's not very much. 3.5 hours is not very much either. And then what happens afterwards? We eat, we watch TV until Dad goes to bed, and then I come in here, and if I'm doing, and then well, I don't come in here. I usually clean the kitchen, and then that takes some time, and then sometimes I'm taking a shower. Most of the time, I take my showers at night, and lately, I kind of do it every other night. I tend to take showers not as often as maybe I don't know as I used to, anyways. So in reality, I don't have a lot of time to do this. I got just those 3 or 4 hours. So when I figure um, I have to learn drawing. Well, learning drawing, I have to put in at least half an hour a day, maybe, or more. I could get away with 10 minutes a day, maybe. That's not going to help that much. I mean, eventually in the long run, it might help a little bit, but so it's like I got to learn drawing, but where am I going to learn drawing at, right? Am I going to spend it's part of my streaming time to learn drawing? I think you'd find that very boring. I think. Um, I might do it anyways, though. You know, the thing that was boring. I don't know. My videos before I didn't live stream before though. My videos before though were extremely boring. In fact, I ran them at like live stream sort of. I recorded my dev stuff, and then when I went to record my video, I'd record it in real time, and I'd play the dev stuff in a window in like VLC or whatever. But so and times there where I would do some sketching. I do some copying and stuff. So I don't know if maybe I could do like learning stuff. I wouldn't be learning the the one method I was talking about as far as drawing goes. I wouldn't be going through that necessarily on stream. If I'm doing drawing, even if I'm learning drawing, I probably would be spending time drawing a character or attempting to draw something from my game. And I could still do that. In fact, I could still do that even now, even before I hit even before I hit those phases where I actually have to need to do it. Um, I don't know. I'm kind of open to suggestions. So what does a game entail? It entails working on the story, and working on the content, which is graphics and um, it's graphics and it's audio. It's audio and video. That's essentially the content of an adventure game, right? The coding is pretty much taken care of at least right now. Later on, uh, and that's the other thing, right? When I'm coding, I either will make one of the sessions a coding session, where it's just a generic coding session where each day I do something different. Maybe I'm working on the layout. Maybe I'm working on the new features for the engine in each phase. There'll be a portion where I'll be working on that. So um, maybe it could be a general purpose coding session, right? And so um, I wouldn't necessarily want to do two sessions of the same thing. Like I could do the layout tool and then I could use the coding session of the game. But right now I'm not even doing any coding in the game because the engine part of itself is done already, right? I'm not going to add any more stuff to it until I get to phase two. Phase two, I'm going to alter things by modifying the choices to allow for directional control, and that coding is going to be small amount too. It's going to be adding a few definitions to the um, input dealing input map, and and then just programming the thing in, and it will still kind of work the same way that it works. The destination will be north, south, east, and west, but it will still be they'll be the same door deals, and because they're strings, then I can change the key over to whatever, you know. In fact, I can use the key directly. I don't have to change it to a number. Actually, I don't have to change it to a number in the deal because the input map actually uses an action, and action is a string, and so I just append the action to the anywho. It's not going to take very long to get that up and running. That's going to take a few minutes to get that working like it's supposed to be, and then the rest of the time I'm going to be spending switching the choices around, and that just means modifying the doors so that I can use the and modifying the text that tells you what choice goes to what, but modifying the doors to be using the directionals instead of the other. So that's not going to be that much coding or story wise or anything. I won't be even working on the story part of it. I could just say working on the game generically, non code and non graphics and sound areas of parts of the game, right? So that includes modifying it to where it uses different options. Okay, so in a sense, I'm almost wasting time today. I'm not really wasting time, but sort of. In fact, uh, I might not be doing four things. I'll do four sessions, but I may be doing the same thing for all of them. Okay, so what are the different things that you work on in the game? So you work on the game itself, story and stuff like that. You work on the coding. You work on the graphics and sound, basically, audio visual, right? That could almost be considered four things. So, um, game development could be a session. A session could be programming. Uh, then another session could be audio, and another session could be visual. And like I said, I'm not even doing audio visual yet until like phase 5. I start adding some basic, background kind of thumbnails or whatever. So I'm not even doing that during this phase. And also that means the phase is gonna take a lot longer because I'm not actually working on I'm not working on that part. So I'm not really sure how to split it up. Maybe if any of you, assuming there is at least one person, Rook, I know at least Rook pops in when he can. He doesn't get to hear all the time, and he doesn't get here for, he lives in the UK, so that's 5 hours ahead, and he's got work and whatever, you know. I can't expect one person to be in here every day, although he's in here almost every day, at least a little bit, which is kind of cool. At least there's that guy, that one. um, but I'm gonna need to find a way of getting more people to actually come to watch the stream. Of course, if they've seen the stream and then they left again, I don't really know about those people. In other words, they don't tell me, "Oh yeah, I went and looked here," and I did at first in the initial times. Seeing hold on, let me check something here. Initially, there were a few people that were saying, "Well, every time I come in here, you're not working on the game. You're working on this or this." And actually, the game is the whole game. So coding, if you're only interested in coding, then there's going to be some times when you're not going to want to watch it anyways, even if you would watch it during the coding times. Um, but I meant it when I said I'm going to be showing everything that goes on, story writing, drawing, whatever. And so I still have to think about whether or not I'm going to um, have a drawing and audio session. Audio session would just be trying to maybe come up with music that I might play in the background um, or whatever. And I'm not even sure about that. That's not even working on the game. Trying to get the game done is more important. So just 4 sessions. The 4 sessions, maybe they don't need to be 4 separate deals. Although eventually they will kind of need to be because I'll be working on 4 separate deals. Although maybe I won't be really working on that much once I get past the loading stuff in and getting stuff working. Anyways, I don't know. So the slightly different format is I'm going to do 4 sessions. I'm going to do a 5-minute break in between each 50-minute session, and then the 30-minute break like normal. I'm going to try to be more on time. I'm going to try to, I don't know, I'm going to try to do something to make it worthwhile and to still show that I'm making progress in here. Anyways, it looks like it's about time for my first little 5-minute break. So I'll be doing that in just a second. I guess the important thing about the little 5-minute break is that I get up and I'm not sitting at the computer. It can be in the same room, but then I'm not actually doing that. So without further ado, let's go to our first little mini break here. And maybe let's see, the be right back. If I do be right back, my mic is still on, right? That's fine. And so it'll be, anyways, yeah. So, and my mic's still on, so you can still hear me. All this means is, maybe I'll set myself a timer. I'll set myself a 4-minute timer, so that I have time to just sit back down and stuff. Here, let's do something here. Let's go ahead and go into timer app I have. And I guess that's 4 minutes. That's interesting. Okay. So start. Yeah. So I got approximately 4 minutes, and then the last minute will be me getting back. And I'm still in the room. Obviously, you could probably still hear me. And I don't know if I should be quiet during my break or whatever, you know. This isn't the main break. The main break is me going into the other room and, you know, maybe get coffee and watching a little something on the tubes with my dad. So I guess right now, yeah, okay. So here's the thing, right? I'm actually gonna start working on my game when I get back when this 5 minutes is up. But so here's the thing, right? Now this isn't gonna get people in here, but when people actually come in to watch the stream, it might get them to stay around for part of it. So if I'm doing some drawing or something, maybe somebody will find that interesting. And yeah, and when I decided to do a drawing and audio and drawing thing, what was I saying? Anyways, I'm gonna have to do some like talking right while I'm doing it. It's not just a boring thing of seeing me whatever sketch or whatever it is. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure that it is applying, even if it's just practicing learning something or learning technique. It's gonna have to be something that contributes directly to the game, like directly. Like I'm working on a character, or you know, I'm working on a thumbnail for backgrounds or something. That's the other thing, right? What if I do something like I make a map? What is that considered? Building a map is not necessarily considered visual, although watching me create a map or drawing the map or putting it together can be visual, but it's not the visuals of the game. It's not me learning to draw or it's just a visual way of game development. So what I was saying, working on the game versus coding. So if I spend 50 minutes working on the game, 50 minutes coding, working on the game would be like making a map would be one of the things I do there. It'd be, like I said, in this case, making new cards, new pages or whatever, new rooms, and then stuff that directly contributes to the game, and it could be anything. So that might be a thing that I do. I might do a drawing. I still don't know about the audio part, because the audio part is I don't know. Maybe I could learn about music composition. Learning how to compose music. Figuring out a way to compose music with my limited knowledge and limited software and limited budget. And it looks like my 4 minutes are up here. It's kind of weird. There's no audio. I guess because I have it turned down. But that's okay. I just needed something to run while I was looking at it. Okay, so that's about 4 minutes, and so now I can come back in here and see during each when I start doing the breaks regular. I probably won't be talking. I probably won't be doing a walk around the house or something. Go get a drink of water. You know, do a couple squats or something, and I won't be saying anything. Okay, so right, 12:25. Okay, so we'll be 50 minutes from there. Okay, what is 25 plus 50? That's 75. That's an hour and 15. That's 1:15. Is that right? 1:15. Yeah. Yeah. 12:25 to 1:25 is an hour. Minus 10 is 1:15. So 1:15 my time is how long the session gonna last. All right. So let me actually get to the actual thingamajig. Okay. All right, let's get back to what we're doing here, not code-wise, and that is, let's go ahead and look at this. Okay, let's pull this out here like this. Anywho, okay, so where were we? Actually, let me. Where are we at? Here, let's see here. Here. We can pick from YouTube and Rumble. And yeah. Okay. Anyways, okay, so alright, so we're at Hebert Holmes 7. Hebert picks John, decides to somehow send a Quicksilver ticket via his favorite candy bar. Pulling 3 hats from his head, he rearranges them and puts them back on and says some magic words. A book called Unicorn Sign Language for Beginners appears in midair before changing Beauty and the Beast and then disappears. Hit 1 to prepare to send Quicksilver ticket to John. Okay. So this was just a pre thing where this is kind of foreshadowing the thing that happens later. I don't know, foreshadowing. I don't know what it's doing. It's just basically it's a little thing so that when it happens, it's not like it happens out of the blue. I guess I don't know how to say this. I guess it's a foreshadowing. I guess technically, because the Unicorn Sign Language book and the Beauty and the Beast book kind of plays into the story later. That is assuming that you know. Hold on a sec. Hey, thanks. Let's see. Okay, that works good. I'm actually using Restream, and so I'm using their thing to communicate to the chats of both YouTube and Rumble. So welcome, Keenan. I'm assuming Bagator that you're Keenan. So anyways, if I'm looking towards the left side of the screen, it's actually my right. On my right is my secondary monitor. It's not really a monitor. It's a TV. In fact, it's a 16:9 TV, and so it's kind of annoying because it takes up a lot of space on the side there. But also my main monitor is pretty big, so it's not a lot I can do about that. Anyways, right now I'm going through some of the game thing where I'm putting choices into the yeah, okay, cool. I'm putting choices into each of the different cards, and I think I got the Magic Mailbox path done, and I have to work on the other side, but I'm just gonna go through this real quick. So Like I said before, probably before you came in, there's a book called Unicorn Sign Language for Beginners. It's gonna have some funny name later on when I get the actual game and out, and I'm actually working on the narrative part and the comedy and stuff. Um, but so back at Tor Keenan, I don't remember how much you know about my game, but I'm doing it in phases, and it'll be like a point and click when it's done. But I'm starting out as a choose your own adventure to make it simpler in concept, so that I can kind of evolve it a little bit, and to where I don't bite off more than I can chew. So like the next time I'll be adding a few things. At some point I'll be making rooms like reusable. Like these are right now represent like pages in like a game book, right? A choose your own adventure book. So it's like a page. But eventually I'm gonna change them to actual rooms, like you would have in an adventure game or basically any game. So anyways, in this part, Unicorn Sign Language and Beat and the Beast, they both briefly appear and they swap places and then they disappear. Because Hubert has a problem. He has only half of his magic. And so whenever he tries a spell, it always ends up halfway. And he tried pulling something off of his bookshelf, and what happened was it managed to swap two books instead of that. Now, it's kind of funny because the way I wrote this is it's like literally half of his magic is gone. So he tries to conjure up two of something, he only gets one. If he tries to teleport something a distance, it only goes half the distance. You know, it's literally supposed to be literally 50%, right? This little thing about the book switching and stuff is just basically like a misfire of magic. And I don't really have an explanation other than I kind of want to make sure that people have the both books in mind later on, because they play later on in the story. So I'd have to actually come up with some sort of I'd actually have to come up with some sort of explanation as to what makes that 50% of his magic. But in any case, it's not really going to matter that much. It's a funny thing, and it's a thing that I got to add in for the story. And so now we go to the next room, and these are all technically rooms. I call them rooms. They have an ID, a label, a description. The label is just a display name, which may or may not be shown in the game. And then the description, which shows all your choices and the actual text description right now. And so as a choose your own adventure, though, they're just pages, right? They're like pages of a book where it tells you to change the page, turn to page 50 if you want to open the chest or something, but anyways, so let me go through this next thing here. Hubert puts his three magic hats on his desk, where there's also sits a large box which also looks like a safe with a little door. On the front of the box, there's a small label which reads Magic Mailbox number 001 of 100, property of Halfway Hubert. Okay, so I call him Hubert because that's his name, but originally his name was Halfway Harold. Halfway is because he lost half of his magic, and I actually didn't lose half of it. Someone stole it from him, and so ever since then he would be known as Halfway Harold. And then at one point, I'm kind of going, Harold is Harry, and I'm thinking I must have been thinking of Harry Potter or something when I came up with the name. Now, the only similarity between this guy and Harry Potter is that his name was Harold and that he's a wizard. Okay, so wizards and everything. So I wasn't copying Harry Potter in any way, shape, or form. I think the name came out because it was in the back of my head. And so at some point I was like, oh, that's kind of dumb. It's like I'm copying Harry Potter, and it's kind of lame. So I decided to change it to Hubert when I started putting my notes into the into this file that I have all my notes in. And so I've been calling him Hubert for a while, and now I'm kind of going back and going, you know what? I might change his name back to Harold, because that's still what I know him as. His name is Halfway Harold. And actually, they should be calling him Halfway, because Halfway is like a first name, even though it's a descriptive. In other words, his actual first name is either Hubert or Harold, and for the time being, he calls himself Halfway Harold, so they can call him Halfway. And in the game, maybe I'll make sure that he's always called Halfway, and then you'd be kind of wondering, well, why is he called Halfway? And then, of course, the story will come out that his fiance had taken half of his magic. And in my game world, I came up with this thing where it's customary for when wizards marry that they give half their magic to their mate, right? And so at one point there's going to be like a divorce, and there's going to be like a prenuptial agreement, which is how he's going to get his magic back. And that would have been a funny thing, but I decided I didn't want to, since it's an all ages thing, and since I'm a Christian, that I wouldn't put like divorces and stuff like that in it. It just I don't want any kind of like what I would call distasteful or adult oriented stuff. Divorces and stuff is kind of an adult thing. Really, subject matter. It almost shouldn't be in movies and stuff. Honestly, I don't believe. My parents are divorced, and I don't think divorce is good for anybody. But I digress. Okay, that's just my views, and let me go on with the story. So I basically decided that I didn't want divorces or anything like that. So I didn't want them to be married already. So what the idea here is, it's just a customary thing that they do, and that Violet tricks him into giving her half of his magic before the wedding, right? So they were betrothed to be married, and so then she takes his magic when he does that, and then she goes to Max, and Max is the bad guy. And anyways, that's the whole history here in my story. So anyways, probably Halfway Hubert or Halfway Harold. It kind of depends. I'm still leaning on going back to Harold, because since this is comedy fantasy kind of deal, that I would add jokes back in. So there'd be a joke. Hold on a second. I just thought of something I was trying to do here. Do some calculations here. This has nothing to do with the game at all. This has to do with me deciding to put 50-minute segments where I do a 5-minute break in between, and then somehow the math is not coming out, because 50 minutes from 12:25 is 1:15, and I usually take my break at 1:30. My actual 30-minute break at 1:30. So let's see, 50 times 4 is 200. That's 200 minutes. So that means 3 hours. 3 hours and 20 minutes. Right? 3 hours and 20 minutes? That's 3 hours and 20 minutes. Okay. Oh. I think I got my things wrong. Let me think about this for a second. Okay, so normally I do this, it's about 3.5 hours total, right? So it's 11:30 to... Oh, that's not right either. 11:30, 3 hours. 3 hours would be 1:30, right? No. No, 3 hours would be 2:30. Okay. Okay, so what I've been doing in here... Okay, so this is what I've been doing. I've been doing 11:30 to 1:30. and then I break for about 30 minutes, and then 2 o'clock, 2 to 3:30. So the first set would be 2 hours, and then the second would be 1.5 hours, 90 minutes. Oh, I see. And the math still works. Okay, I know what's wrong. What's wrong is that the timing doesn't work. Because if I'm doing 50 minutes per session, that means that I would quit at 1:15. I would do a break until 1:45, and then I would have the same amount of time on the other side, the other end. Okay, I see where my thing went wrong. Anyways, I think I'll still do the way I've been doing it, though. I'll have it. I'll work until, I don't know. We'll see what I do here. Anyways, okay, so Hubert picks John and decides to somehow send a Quicksilver ticket via his favorite candy bar. Okay. So we're at Hubert Homemade. Okay. Hubert puts on his 3 magic hats on his desk. Puts his 3 magic hats on a desk where there also sits a large box. And property of halfway. Hit 1 if you wish to use the magic mailbox. Hit 2 if you wish to use a spell or 2 to send John his silver ticket. Now, what I just told you is that half of his magic is gone, and so him casting spells is going to be problematic. And originally I wasn't going to put this in here, so I had to come up with a way for him to be able to use magic but not cast his own spells, because they had a problem. So I came up with the magic mailbox system, which helps because I also needed a way to explain how tourists get their tickets to be able to go to Enchanted Lands. Pay a lot of money. How do they get their tickets? Well, I come up with the magic mailbox system. So there's this magic mailbox system where they can send mail anywhere they want to go. Any way that they want it to go, by just saying some magic words, and it's instantly transported there. That was fine and that was easy, but when I was reading it, I was going to go, and there's no choices here. I could just make it to where there are pages like you're reading a book and there's no interactivity. Even though this isn't going to be this isn't the final form of the game, right? So it's not a full true choose your own adventure. It's not going to have multiple endings. It's not going to have one good ending and several bad ones and dead ends and all that kind of stuff. It's just going to be the story laid out, and you'll be able to make different choices depending on which way you go. And then eventually later I'll be able to put puzzles in those spots, actual game puzzles, when I actually get to the interactive part of the game. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I came up with the magic mailbox thing. It actually solved the problem of how tourists get their tickets, and it also helped solve a problem. How does Hubert get the magic ticket to John, which is our other main character? In fact, he was going to be the main character before I was having multiple player characters. So let's see. Hubert. Okay, so I came up with this deal, and then I said, well, okay, there's no iteration choices. Okay, I'll figure out a way for Hubert to use magic to get a silver ticket to John. It's gonna be more involved, and there's some stuff. And so then I said, well, why would he decide to? Why wouldn't he use the magic mailbox? It's safer, it's reliable, versus the potentially messy spell route. Well, the thing here is he's trying to get somebody to help him figure out what's going on, what the problems, why the schools are closed down, why people are disappearing, and why all this bad stuff is happening to the resort. And pardon me, my nose is bugging me because I got allergies. and right now it's acting up for some weird reason. Anywho, so I was kind of going, okay, this is very interesting. I guess I should put some choices in here, and I should figure out how to do it. Okay, so why wouldn't he go? Why wouldn't Hubert just use the magic mailbox? Well, I've came up with the idea that he's impatient. There's a time thing. I think I talked with Grok, and Grok kind of gave me this idea, I think, if I remember right. But okay, so it's using the spells quicker, right? It's a lot more involved though. So I have this thing where if you in the game, if he uses the spell version, he can have John there in Enchanted Lands right away. You know, as quickly as John can figure out how to use the ticket. And that the mailbox method would actually be slower. It's like snail mail versus email, right? Snail mail might be slower and more reliable, and you don't need a computer to read it, right? And even though mail can get lost, it's much more reliable. Maybe I don't know if it's more reliable than email, but there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with email. There's a few things that can go wrong with physical mail. You might get debate whether physical versus email is better or whatever, but it's just the fact that one's more stable, and it's like I said, if worst came to worst, you could deliver mail by horse, right? You know, like they used to do way long time ago before there were cars or any kind of transportation. They would just use horses, right? And so if worst came to worst, you could send it by horse or by any method that you could physically send it, and you'd be able to read it without loading up a computer to read it, right? So this is like the same way. The magic mailbox is slower. It's reliable. It'll get to him exactly where it needs to go, but it's going to take a while. And so the mailbox route has a day pass for John, which is our guy from our realm that's going to help halfway with his investigation here. So so I got the mailbox, and I still have to work out some extra choices on the spellcasting method. But this is where we're at. So okay, so we're gonna go through the magic mailbox path here. While working at the so let me select let's select this one. Herbert pulls open the door on the box and puts a single silver ticket into it, and then says the destination out loud: John Thomas, Cerulean, Beniwaki Chocolate Bar. Oh, inside the wrapper. Hubert then just waits. While gazing into the crystal ball, Hubert notices John working at the library. Okay, I wanted to continue, so we could continue. And we go, while working at the library, John is putting books back on the shelves when he notices a book that has fallen on the floor behind him. He picks it up, noting the hole left in the bookcase, and proceeds to put it back, when it seems to jump out again. He does this for a few more times before really reading the cover, which says Unicorn Sign Language for Beginners. Hit 1 to attempt to put it in another section, hit 2 to take it to the reference desk. Okay, so we're going to hit 1 right now. Just, theoretically, I don't want to necessarily run the game here. I'll have to switch room, and then I'll have to go through it. It's just kind of easier to do this ways. He mutters something to himself about, no wonder a book about sign language doesn't belong in the fairy tale section. He's like, no wonder it doesn't belong here. Greets, Crasher. Welcome to the stream. Right now, I'm just kind of reading out the cards on the mailbox path. I don't know if I was doing that when you were on here last late night the other day, whatever, or was it the other morning? Anyways, it doesn't really matter. So I'm in the middle of just kind of reading this out loud so that I can decide whether or not I was finished with this path before going on to the other path here. Says, no wonder a book about sign language doesn't belong in the fairy tale section. Hey, I can hear you, but it says, Yep. That's because I took a little 5 minute break and I decided to put it on the onto that. It's not my regular break. That's why it's on a different screen. Here we go. But I left the mic on purpose, sort of. I'm gonna be doing like sections, and then I'm going to be no. There's nothing wrong there. It's just I set it to a scene in OBS that um and I forgot to switch back, and I left the microphone on purpose. So anyways, when I came back, then I forgot to switch back to the desktop scene. Here, I can show you right in here real briefly. So I got the different scenes here. I got okay. I'm not actually on breaking it right now. This is just the break screen here. Um, and then this is the be right back one. And so the microphone. Yeah, there we go. Wait a second. Okay, the microphone is separate. Anywho, I am. Everything's going fine. I spent almost an hour explaining a bunch of crap that didn't really have to do with the game in the beginning today because gonna kind of change how I do the formatted stuff. I'm gonna do these sections and I'm gonna switch up the different tasks that I do. I might not today, but I might end up doing drawing for session and then doing something related to audio, sound and music or whatever that has to do with my game here. Although phase 1 and phase 2, I'm not going to be adding audiovisual stuff till like phase 5 or something. That's going to be several months down the line. And but I'm thinking maybe to keep the stream interesting, that maybe I should be working on other stuff, not just the one thing the whole time, so that more people might pop in because they might find something that they enjoy watching instead of just the story or just coding or whatever I happen to be working on. Okay, so we're at Cerulean 1. He murders something. Okay, then he moves to the how-to section and attempts the book in there, and still the same thing happens. And how's life treating you these days? Fine, I guess. You look kind of troubled. Something the matter? Uh, oh no, it's probably just the way I look. I probably just look, I don't know, angry, or I look like I need sleep or something. I probably need sleep, more than likely. No, there's nothing the matter right now. Um, anywho, uh, you might see me squint sometimes though because my eyesight isn't real good. I wear glasses. I'm nearsighted, which means I can't see things far away real well, but I can read up close. But because of how old I am now, now almost need reading glasses. So even up close things are kind of blurry. So I tend to squint when looking at my monitor. I'm reading some text, and the text is it's not real small, but it's kind of small. So if I'm looking any way on my face, it's probably just because I'm squinting at the text over here. Anywho, he moves to the how-to section, attempts to the book in there. I have to change that text a little bit probably later. He's gonna attempt to put the book back in the shelf. He still has some work to do today, so he puts the book into his cart and finishes his rounds. Okay. Sam, I can't. Yeah, yeah, and I've always had to wear glasses, but lately I don't like wearing my glasses, so I most of the time I don't, even for watching TV, even for doing anything. If there's something that I really need to look at, like sometimes when we go grocery shopping, I put my glasses in my pocket, and I'll put them on when I need to look at some stuff that's further away. Anyways, he still has some work to do. Puts the cart. Okay, so hit one to take the book home with you. That won't be a choice. That'll just be a continuation. And so let's go back up to this one. Um, hit 2 to take the reference test. So this book that keeps popping out, falling on the floor, he's going to decide in this choice, you can decide to take it to myopia. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know it's called myopia. Nearsightedness, basically. But now, even now, I need reading glasses now, almost. Because of my age, my near sight, my near view is even blurry a little bit. So it's a little bit hard to, you know. But anyways, yeah, if I'm squinting here, it's probably just because I'm trying to squint to see the letters a little bit. Yeah, well, that's what I've been. Yeah, I've been sleeping late, and actually, I got some extra sleep last night. So yeah, right. You're like 8.5 hours away from me, so that would make you at what, almost 9 o'clock, 9:30. Okay, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you whenever the next time you stop in. Okay, so let's go back to the thing here. John decides to take it over to reference desk and asks if they ever heard of this book. After replying in the negative, the reference librarian tells John he could probably take it home then. Hit 1 to start heading home. Okay, so both of these lead to the same room, the same card here. While at home, John proceeds to read the book through. After reading it, he's a bit confused and amused because of the diagrams. John returns to work the next day to a pretty uneventful workday. Hit 1 to continue. And then that's where we get this part. And this was the original. Yeah, thanks. I'll take care of myself if you're not gone already. Um, Anywho, okay, so now we're at the point of where he's going home, and now I need to start on the um the other side here, the spell side. Okay, so let's look at that for a second. I can stretch this out a little bit. Placing a Quicksilver ticket on his desk, he grabs his hats. He then says a few magic words. The ticket disappears, and as he's looking into the crystal ball, he sees John opening his favorite candy bar with nothing in the wrapper. He then does the same thing again, only this time the ticket is partially visible inside the candy wrapper. On closer inspection, John notices that only, and I should say Hubert, um, closer inspection, Hubert, let's say Halfway, because that's supposed to be his first name is Halfway. Halfway notices only half of the ticket exists. Hubert decides to try a clone conjure spell and conjures a ticket on his own desk. And after running to the crystal ball, he notices John now has an identical ticket, only something is off. The ticket doesn't appear to contain Quicksilver, but the message on the back seems to be intact. So all he can do is wait for John to figure it out. Okay. So now this is this original dealie, and so he's stopping in. Okay. All right. This is okay. So now there is some trouble here. It's not really trouble, but it's kind of trouble. Um, that is, these are both leading to this. This is must be where he steps into the portal. This is him. I'm not sure how I want to handle this. Okay. So in here, he's opening the portal. He's gonna say the magic words. He's gonna read the back of the ticket. Um, I don't know if I should put this in a new page, a new card, or if I should just put it in this current one. It's a pretty uneventful workday. I guess on his way back home, he stops in. Um, let's see. Um, so really, these two things need to kind of lead to the same thing, right? So he's gonna. This has got to say he says the magic words. This doesn't say he says the magic words. Um, okay, so I gotta kind of figure out how this is gonna work. Okay, so basically what happens is he opens the candy bar. There's half of a ticket in there, and he reads the back of it, and nothing happens. And he also notices that there is something missing off the back of the ticket, and these are the magic words that he says to actually open a portal. And thinking it's kind of weird that part of this ticket's there. Um, oh yeah, there's going to be another thing where he actually talks with the cashier, telling him about the Unicorn Sign Language book because that's important later on in the game. In here, um, the Unicorn Sign Language book is briefly shared when it swaps places. So technically speaking, he doesn't need to. The player doesn't need to know separate. Although there's a possibility they might forget. But originally, he was supposed to step into the store, talk to the cashier, and explain this book that he saw called Unicorn Sign Language, and thought it was weird that it being in there. And now, technically, I don't need to put that in here, but I guess that's the question, right? Because I already foreshadowed, because I already briefly showed Unicorn Sign Language in a little offhand way, I don't technically need him to mention it. If this were a full-fledged dealie, this might be the more complicated way of um, getting the Quicksilver ticket to John. Involves more steps, and that's interesting. Thanks, Keenan, and thanks for stopping by, popping in, or whatever. I can always use more people popping in, though. That's partly why I'm streaming it. As far as developing it goes, I could do it without streaming it. But as far as the live stream is kind of an important part of this whole thing. I hope I end up getting support through the stream rather than the game itself. I'm not going to be focused on trying to market a game, trying to sell it basically and sell you on it. It'll probably be released for free. I say probably, not for certain, because there's a chance I might decide to put it somewhere and charge some money for it or whatever. I mean, it's a small chance, but it's looking like right now I'm gonna release this for free. Anyways, for anybody else that ends up popping in or ends up seeing this on later on, okay, placing a Quicksilver ticket on his desk. Yeah, there's not a lot of choices you can actually do on this side of it that can be that interactive because he's got to do both spells for this to work. And if I want to do it where you can do it in any order, in other words, you can do the one and not and then wait to do the other. That means I have to do multiple through lines, which is duplicate cards, duplicate pages. I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. Um, but I am still thinking about it. Hmm. Let's see. Um, and honestly, I haven't actually physically got anything done, so I need to make sure that before I actually take my regular break, that I at least get something done here. Let's pull up ChatGPT because I was using ChatGPT to here. Actually, let's okay. Actually, I can make that full screen. That's all right because the chat's over here. Okay. Um, yeah, pre-announcing the stream might help get more people to look at it, maybe. Um, anyways, let's go to ChatGPT. Oh, that's right. I gotta log in. Give me a moment. Stupid. Ticks me off. Hate two-factor authentication. I gotta put that off on. Oop. Here. Okay. Where, where's my inbox? What's going on here? Well, how do I look at my inbox? Okay, what's going on here? I don't need that. Um. Okay. Oh. Okay. It was shrunk down welcome to Thunderbirds in the message window. Okay, here I'll just if you can tell it here. This was up like this. I was like, what happened? Where's my deal? You know? Great. Here, back up there. This. GOG. Okay, delete. Actually, let's do this again. Here. Apologies. Um, junk, 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 junk. And I shouldn't be looking at my email here, but whatever. At the end of days, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lift up mine eyes unto heaven, and mine understanding returned unto me. And I blessed the Most High, and I praised and honored him that liveth forever, whose dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom is from generation to generation. Correct understanding leads to praising the Lord Jesus Christ and for all that he has done and honoring him. Okay. Ibsen Dundee. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Okay. Use brain. Humble bundle. Delete. Okay. Let's just close that. I shouldn't even have that on the screen. Sorry about that. Exposing class members in Redot. Oh, that's right. That's for that. That's not for story here. Hmm. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see something here. Okay, so I don't know if I talked to you about this specifically, but I'm now going over the spell casting route. I was talking to you about this, right? Hmm. Okay. So I'm still deciding whether or not to put in the catch here scene. Because I did briefly show the unicorn sign book which might probably be enough. For the spell casting path. It's just supposed to be a hint anyways. It's not really supposed to be some big thing on its own. Okay, let's see what it says. Except ESL looks meant to be a soft setup, not meant this is an important moment, right? There's a quick breakdown. It keeps pacing snappy. It's subtle, so when I remember that moment, cons might be too subtle for some players to connect with unless you reinforce it somehow. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, book swap, cashier. Casual dialogue gives drama or personality a sense of a normal routine, adds flair to the real world side before the magical portal opens. Adds another scene, breaks up the pace a little, though not by much. Might feel slightly redundant. The book swap scene has already felt satisfying. Okay. Want a third wild idea that still keeps things balanced? Um, sure. What's the third wild idea? Strap in. I don't know. I don't know what the book echo. The book follows him. Clearly end up in John's realm, glitching out of distance, figures between realms like it's stuck mid teleport. The pop book disappears. Got my dinner 3 minutes ago. I should get. Oh. Let's see. John's world. Walking home, he sees the book lying in the street on a bus seat, and he picks it up to vanish from hands. Meeting Sir William. John remembers it still works narrative. What works, no extra scenes needed. As a touch of weirdness and magic on both sides, the book isn't clearly owned by John, so it avoids canon problems like why did he bring it? Still a soft setup without being exposition heavy, great for humor. The book could be following Sir William instead, like a cursed book that's been searching for its reader. Okay, we'll give that some thought. But right now, I'm going to still focus on the spell casting route. Deciding also how to make that perhaps more interactive. So the setup is here. Actually, I'll go ahead and copy the text here. Yeah, that's not what we want. Here. Let's see. Tries to clone conjure. This is the actual description text that will be shown in game. Seems like a big bunch of text. This will culminate in John saying the words. He says that on the in the next room. When I say room, I mean page as far as a CYOA game is concerned. But technically it's part of my room class. Both paths will lead to this room. We'll say something like he's with silver ticket in hand. He says the words written on the ticket. The portal seems to open out of nowhere. So I'm deciding, do I leave that one page, the first one, or should I try to give it a couple of choices to feel more interactive? Again, can't do too much here because it's not deciding one thing or another. If I decide to break up the spell into the two spells, that's not it either. Well, no, that's is it, right? Okay. It's not, it's going to be two spells. If I decide to make each spell, which he has, have to do both a choice, I guess, a choice. It's not really a choice. It means I'll duplicate both rooms, the clone, conjure, and teleport. What would you suggest? I got you. Here's again. Mostly linear, sick, feel interactive without creating fake choices or an explosion of rooms and pages. Tell you to feel involved, but the outcome is fixed. You're weighing in just narrating Hubert's multiple spell attempts, just splitting it into smaller choice-like segments. You don't want to create fake choices that mislead the player, feel pointless. Choice as perspective. Instead of fake choices, give the player role-play style choices that slightly alter the flavor or commentary without changing the outcome. Here's how to approach it. Choice A, cast Snail, Malus Rapidus. B, cast Teleport and Rapidus. Okay. Both lead to the same paragraph. The ticket ends up disappearing, but it appears empty in John's wrapper. Player gets the illusion control without impacting continuity. Hubert 2, room 2, Hubert knows mistake. Part of the ticket transferred. Choice try another spell quickly. Choice B, paste nervously and retry. Again, these lead to the same narrative paragraph. Hubert conjures a clone ticket. Bonus, if you want a slight variation, you can give Hubert a different internal reaction line depending on the choice. Like, I knew rushing would backfire. Come on, old boy, you've got this. Keeps the scene interactive, doesn't mislead the player or anything, and they can actually succeed. Fell here, it keeps branching under control. Creates player investment through action selection, not just observation. Extra touch. You can also add spellbook snippets in the corner when choosing spells. Teleport, giving it a reliable snack-based delivery spell. That gives it some personality and humor without extra pages. Too long, didn't read. Give the player moment-to-moment reaction or method choices rather than branching outcomes. These reinforce engagement while keeping the scope tight. No, 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 I can come up with the pages myself. We'll mull it over. Thanks. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do the thing where we can split it up. I was thinking about the back and forth. I wonder if I should do the back and forth here. You know, I wasn't going to do that at first because this was going to be the introduction to Cerulean, so it switches and then he takes it and. But maybe that's what I should do. Maybe he should. Let's see some here. Hmm. Hey, Rick, welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, you're right in time for me to go on my break here in just a second. But that's okay. That's what happens sometimes. Um, I'll go ahead and leave 12 like it is right now, and I'll go ahead and let's take this text, copy, select all, copy, let's go in here. Select all, paste. And I'm going to leave the choices how they are, but I'm going to go ahead and save this, and I'm going to go ahead. Oh, of course. Reload save scene. Um, oh, darn it, I forgot. If I want to save it, okay. So what happens here is, when you save it, it clears out all of the rooms, and it's kind of on purpose. Um, it was meant to fix a problem where it was somehow was doing some duplicate stuff in there, and so the idea is that whenever I actually save it in the editor, it's going to clear it out. So I have to wait to reload it next time. So I need to make sure that I save. Here, select all. Just gonna paste here. Okay, I have to save it first, and then I can, if I want to do this, then I can do this, and then reload, save scene. Um, so anyways, it's a notification thing. There's a notification thing that sends to to the editor map, and then it clears out all the rooms kind of on purpose so that when I reload, everything's cleared. It doesn't have to like double do stuff. Anyways, it was a big rigmarole that I was messing with on Friday. So that's kind of how it's supposed to work anyways. Anywho, it doesn't really matter. Okay, I gotta go on break, so I'll see you in about half an hour. Now where in the heck is where's this? Oh, I see what I did. Doggone it. Move this over. Okay. And let's go to break. Break, on break. Okay. I'll see you in about 30 minutes. And I will mute my mic. Okay, I am back. I don't know if it matters that much, but I am back. Okay, I was considering. What was I considering? Let's see, placing quicksilver, he grabs his hats. Even words, it disappears. I don't even put in favorite candy bar with it. Um, Go conjure. After running pistol lines, John has an identical ticket when something's off. Ticket took silver. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, that's right. You know what? This is Hubert Home is 9 Euro and 10. Okay, I can probably go to 11 off of that 10. That's right. So I renamed these. These are renamed 11 and 12 because I was going to have a lot more Cerulea in here. So, 1, 2, and 3. This is pretty much done. This won't be 4, though. This up here might be 4, though. Hmm. Private server, probably. Okay. Okay, so if I okay, so I can do it back and forth. In other words, um, he does the he does the teleport. He attempts to do the teleport, and nothing appears. Um, do I go? I guess I don't go back to Cerulia when it disappears, but I have to do it when a ticket actually appears. So okay, ticket disappears. Nothing in the wrapper. All he would do is look at it, take a bite or whatever, and then start walking home. And so I have to do something else where it pops up. It only pops up when once. Maybe the back and forth would be fine. Maybe I shouldn't give it a choice. I was gonna set up a choice. You do one or the other, and then you can swap them. So if you pick the one, then you can pick the other one, and I'm not sure. It's like, is it too many rooms, or let's see. Why don't okay, so over here I already did a thing where it kind of splits it up. Why don't I do a thing here where it's I don't know, makes it too linear, doesn't it? Um, I'm not sure. I'm trying to. Uh, yeah. Why don't I just do the dual? Why don't I go ahead and make the choice and do the swap, and they'll be duplicates, and just do it like that, and no back and forth. You'll just have to look, but then they'll go into the one with yeah, maybe that's how I'll do it. Wish all these weren't open all the time. Wait, what? Okay. Menu. 1, 2, 10, 3, 6, 7, 8. Julia, Julia 1, Julia 11, 2, 3, 99. Okay, is a dragon mount. Okay, so all right, 10 is the last secret home. 11 would be the next one. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, this text is going to be wrong because this isn't going to go to here. This is going to be when John receives. This is how he's going to figure it out, I think. Actually, he's not really going to figure it out. What it is going to be is he's going to see the partial wrapper and kind of go, and he's going to look at it and it's going to say something and it'll show like half the message and then he'll think that's weird and then just as soon as he's done reading it, another ticket's going to pop up, only it's going to be like white or something. It's going to be colored. It's not going to be silver colored. But then it's going to have the words, and it'll just say he looks at both of them, and they both look similar. And then he turns the complete one, the white one or whatever, over, and then he reads the words, and that's how I'll handle that. Let's see something here. Oh, yeah. This was going to be. It's his favorite candy bar. So actually, I'm gonna have a 13 over here too because or whatever the next one's gonna be might not be a 13, but yeah, I'm gonna split this up. I think. Yeah. So this one he's already at the store. This one he gets to the store. Now I guess over here I gotta so in here it'll be something like he stops in again. Um, opens the thing and then looks in the thing and okay, let's do something different then. These are both going to be kind of the same thing. Well, not the same thing. Okay, so he reads the words, the portal opens. That's going to be its own thing. Here is these are going to be similar in that in this one he um, he looks at the half ticket and the full ticket and he says the words. Um, and then this one um, right. This one says pre uneventful work day. Then this says he's leaving work, right? So this would flow into that, right? But this wouldn't flow into that because there's a slightly different mechanism going on. In this one, he's got the two tickets. He's got the half ticket and then the one without Quicksilver. And this one, he gets the full ticket. So um, on his way home, John stops a local convenience store for his favorite candy bar. And this is, let's see. Okay. It says he's stopping the store. Stops at a local store for his favorite candy bar. Here. Upon opening the wrapper, he notices a silver ticket inside and pulls it out. Flipping ticket over, he reads the words on the back. I think. Okay, when to continue. Alright, that's actually that is fine. We'll save it. And then this one is kind of the same way. I'm actually going to go ahead and modify this. So we're going to go over here. We're going to select all, copy, and then we're going to go ahead and select all and paste. Okay, so this isn't while at home though, or anything like that. There's this though. You know, this is part of a single ticket and flips it over. While reading the words on the back, looking at the words on the back, he realizes not complete. As he's pondering what to do about the words, then another ticket appears inside the open wrapper. This time the ticket is white with black lettering. But with the same words as the partial sugar, partial silver. realizing silver. Should say wondering what to do. Another ticket impairs. This looks to be intact, but different in that it doesn't have any silver. After flipping it over, John recognizes the words the same words as the partial ticket. Now holding both ticket, both non-silver ticket and partial ticket, he reads words. Off the ticket. Okay. Well, that's still kind of a mouthful, right? The room data. Okay. I mean, that's a lot, and that's a lot of text, at least compared to the rest of the text. Okay, and this is where it'll open into a portal, but now I have to deal with this, which means I have to actually create. I'm gonna create a couple extra. So this. Okay, so I'm gonna actually go ahead and create. I guess this is a test too here. Save room data. I'm gonna save the current daily. I'm gonna reload it. I have to reload it because there's nothing there to save. But I did this on purpose to make sure everything is synced up. So, and hopefully you're hearing me, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Alrighty. Only one watching, which is probably myself. Okay. Uh. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and so the first time since let's go ahead and clear this out because this might error out on me. That. Okay. Let's just go ahead and bring this down. Okay. So this is going to be the choice. This is going to be one, and then the other, and then the other one's going to be the other, and then this one. So, actually, let's just go ahead and add 3 more, I think. Thanks, Rook. 2, 3. I'm going to bring these down. Here. All right. Now let's go ahead and just going to pull it down. Try to pull this down and pull this one down. Now we're just going to save it. Save the room data. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll copy all the text of these. Select all, copy on each of these ones, right? Paste. Now, technically, I could do duplicates, but I've always had this weird problem because somehow actually adding a duplicate doesn't really create a separate one properly, I guess. And so I end up having these problems where I have to, I don't know, do something weird and end up having to reload something or something like that. Two, three. Okay, so let's go ahead and paste it on here. Paste here, here, paste. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and actually do this over here. Okay, so the first thing I want to do here is what do I do here? Okay, so what I wanted to do here is I don't want to see. Let's go to that rooms. Oh, I already saved those, huh? Okay. That's fine. I can save it again, save room. Okay. Which is fine. Yeah, eventually too, I'd like to make it easy to do room connections with the layout tool. So I'll actually have nodes that you drag. You drag the node from one to another. Also, originally I had the idea to I had to actually the idea to have the 9 node um, objects, the doors objects and the inbound objects, and have them grayed out until they're being used. I don't know. It seems like a lot of work, and I don't know how to do all of it, which means I need the AI to help me with it. But it would be nice to have a tool that does the rerouting and everything, and where I could just literally drag nodes across. Honestly, I wouldn't have to drag nodes. It wouldn't need to drag because it would correspond to the exact thing on the other room, basically. It just needs to automatically reroute. So if I ever clicked on a I don't know if I'd have it in a separate button or if you just clicked on it. Like if you clicked on, if I had you click on the the door, right? And in this case, it would be gray, but you click on it, then automatically, no, I see. Because I'd have to do the connection to one or the other. I'm not sure. I think you just drag it to the, hmm, that's a thought, anyways. Automatically have the 9 connections, and you could connect it to any one you wanted, right? Hmm. I have to think about that in a bit. Right now, though, for the rest of the day, I gotta make sure this is done. When this is done, then I will work on some more code and see if I can do some more actual moving the thing with the classes, anyways. Okay, so let's go ahead. It's Hubert Home 10, and we're going to add doors. And this one, we're gonna say copy. Here we're gonna say paste or do anything, and then now let's not do it that way. Um, this. Okay, let's go to the door specs here, and let's go ahead and paste that. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. Paste, like so. Then we're going to hit save from data. Okay. That's okay. It's not working like it's supposed to, but it will. Okay, so then let's go into here. Okay, let's do, well, okay, let's do the rename, I guess. So this is going to be, we're going to rename this 03 Hubert Home. This is going to be Cerulean, right? Right. So it's going to be Hubert Home 11, right? Okay, Hubert Home 11. Okay. We're gonna rename this to, wait a second, 002. This is gonna be 002. I put 3, it's gonna be 2. Okay. Okay. Two, Hubert Home 12. That. Okay, and then we're gonna name this 13. Well, honestly, this could be 12 and this could be 13. 13 and 14 like that. Okay. Zero 02. Hubert 12. It's okay that they're the same, so I'm going to change this in just a second here. Make this 13, like so. Copy, go in here, make this 14. So 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. I'm going to say room data again. That's weird that way this is looking. It's still messing up though. Okay. This one goes to 12, right? Door specs. No, that's a Cerulean 11. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for Hubert. Let's go to Hubert. Let's go to door specs. Copy. Go over to here. And paste. And this is going to be Hubert Home 11. And this one's going to be choice of 1. Control C. And then number 2 is going to go to 13. Okay. I save it. And then this is going to go to 12. Door specs. Control V. Go to 12. And this one is going to go to 14. 14. We're going to say room data. Okay. Let's Control S. Oh, darn it. Oh, screwed it. Dang it. $11, $12, $13, and $14. All right. Let's see if we can open all 4 of these at once. Open text editor. Okay. Inbound Hubert Home 10, right? Door to Hubert Home 12. That's correct. 12. Why did that do that twice? It should only be the one. That's fine. So let's just go ahead and I'm going to save that. 13 is 10. And it's going to 14. And 14 is... I don't know why did it do that twice? Get that. Some sort of glitch in my code, I guess. Why is it doing that? Now, let's go ahead and close this. We'll go ahead and reload it. Okay, this works. This is all right. Inbound. extra 10. Doors, 12, and doors here to 14. Alright, and then both of them go to cerulean 11. Okay. Let's see what happens when I hit save. I don't know, it seems to work anyways. I went and manually fixed it. I'll have to keep that in mind because there's something in there that causes it to act weird. So after I save it, I should probably reload it a couple of times. Anyways, that works like it's supposed to. Now I actually have to make the actual correct deals here. Placing a Quicksilver ticket on his desk, he grabs his hat, says a few magic words, ticket disappears, looking at the crystal ball, and knows his favorite. Nothing in the wrapper. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to take all this. Honestly, okay, we're going to go ahead and save the room data. Go ahead and this time we're going to reload save scene. Okay. Now, this is what we're also going to do here. Actually, it's not this. We're going to say so he was going to conjure a spellbook, and that's what caused the little brief transformation deal earlier. So this time he's just going to go over to. I don't know if spellbook would probably be in some specific place, but here he's. I guess he's just going to go to his. He's going to go to one of the bookcases or a bookcase. Going over to the bookcase behind crystal ball. He selects um, he selects a book. After putting it on his desk, um, titled Sir Sirlin's Hat Magic Compendium. He takes the book over to his desk and opens it somewhere in the middle, thumbing through and okay, and thumbs through a few pages. Noticing the teleportation spell, and then see. He notes two spells. The teleportation spell, let's see, object translocation spell, and the my brain's not working again now, and it's almost time for me to end the day. He notes two spells. The object translocation spell and the clone conjure spell. Get one if you wish to use object translocation. Hit 2 if you wish to use clone conjure. Hit 0 to quit. And we're going to see, doors already go to their correct place, right? Yeah. That'll be these two. It doesn't matter which is which. It'll be one and the other. And then this one will go to the opposite. In other words, this will be clone conjure, and then it'll say, go to translocation. This will be translocation and go to clone conjure. Now, save room data, and let's just go ahead and reload save scene. Okay. And then I'm going to get to the rest of these tomorrow because I want to do a little bit on the layout thing, on the thing that has to do with the layout. So, yeah. Even though I know we didn't do that much over here, we did add this. So now it's starting to look like this. Maybe I should do a screenshot. Then I can post it someplace or somewhere sometime. I don't know. Maybe I'll wait till Saturday for a screenshot Saturday or something. Okay. So let's go to script and let's check out these scripts. Let's check out what I want to do next. Okay. So I will let visual door to actually use a door node. Yeah, I know what it did. I wonder if it could trigger a reload. Let me see something here. I need to ask Grok though. It's gotta be Grok because Grok is the one I was talking to for that last um oh that's right. I gotta sign in here, don't I? Probably the same thing with X, right? No, X I'm already logged into. There she is. Kari rams with Atari. She's hooked on Day of the Tentacle right now. Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and repost her here. If I ever up until I played this Space Quest 3. The Pirates of Pestulon. By the way, I guess the meme coin Buckazoids from Space Quest 3 and 4. Here, I guess the Buckazoids are now a meme coin. Played the crap out of both SQ3 and what? Currently working on my own adventure game, although currently working on my own adventure game. We'll just leave it like that. I don't need to actually. Anywho, uh, notifications. Okay, that's not what I was gonna do. What I was gonna do is I was gonna check here. I'm wondering if it was this one that I was actually using. I think stream viewership boost strategy, developing games with Redot. That was the last time I actually asked it about little rooms, proposed fix. Oh, yeah. Okay, this was actually fixing the issue here. So let's go ahead and here, let me put this over here just real quick. Sign in, redirecting. Why did it do that? Sign in. Why is it not letting me sign in? What's going on here? Something not right. Um, Back on it. I don't have that much time left today. Uh, what I want? Done it? No. Grok. There we go. X.ai. Up here. Try Grok. Oh. Why is Grok.com just redirecting me when I try to sign in? Redirects on that complete login. Hmm. Okay, it's happening to somebody here already, I guess. Uh, that's not it. Uh, 2 months ago. Okay. Reset your cookies on the X.ai login. Hmm. I don't know. Okay. What if I hit stop? Oh, no, that didn't do anything, did it? No, that didn't help at all either. Mm. If you're under 30, stop saying back in the day. Your day was 5 minutes ago. Sit down. I like that, actually. Yeah, let's repost. Um, I don't know who I'd tweet to, though. At... How about X? Actually, something here. X. one. This might be it. Polymarket. Let's follow it. Why not? Post something to it. Meet whenever I hit sign in. I can use rock here, but need access to another conversation on there. Any ideas? Elon. I don't know if that's even correct. That okay, let's check something out here. Let's see. Elon. This one. How come this is what's okay, so what's weird is this actually Elon Musk's actual account? Because I thought I was following Elon Musk at some point. So what's the deal here? Shoot, it's almost time for me to go, and I haven't got anything done now. Um, following. Let's go all the way down, I guess. Because I thought I was following Elon Musk at one point, and now I'm not. And now I find out that it's Blender. Blender. No debug temporary. How come? Oh, maybe I decided to unfollow Elon because of the stuff that kept popping up on this. Because this is supposedly my yeah. I didn't think about that. In fact, maybe I shouldn't be following X over here. I'd be following X on my other account. I got another account that I decided to unfollow. That's okay. Post. Let's do that. How about that? Okay. So, maybe I could pull it up on the Grok app on my phone. See something here. I forgot what I was gonna ask it. Um, Dang it! I don't even know what I was gonna ask it now. I was gonna go back to a previous conversation for some reason. I'm not sure. Actually, I think it was the thing about um yeah, I'm not sure. So I was gonna make this member. I was gonna make door a member variable, a visual door, and I think the question was how to expose. Let's see, door. What the what? Okay, now I have some sort of weird different problem, don't I? I bet I know what it is. I bet it exited because there's nothing in the editor map. I have to remember that when I save it. I have to make sure I reload after every time. I think. I think that's the problem here. Um, yeah, the thing was deciding how to um door equals new door dot name. That's right. We don't have a name in here because this is no longer a node D. It's just okay. I have to see this exit out again. It shouldn't exit out when I reload though. It's the tool script probably can't do anything. It's trying to access something that isn't there, right? So there's probably somewhere where I'm not telling it to make sure that there are rooms there or something. I forget. But we can probably delete go ahead and delete this. These are actually on. Okay, that's fine. I'll save. Reload save scene. See, I have a where's the thing that the notification thing? Notification. Editor pre-save. Clearing rooms to prevent saving. Save and reload. Okay, let's see something here. Let's see if I can do something else. Let's close. I'm gonna close that one. Um, there way to figure a reload save scene from the menu. The scene menu. From script, then the notification see if it'll tell me. Thanks for what? Thanks for circling back. I think it's been listening to Jen Psaki too much. Maybe it's been reading one of her books. Uh, yeah, that's fine. Reloading. The action is only valid in the editor, since that tool scripts run in the editor, which aligns with your use case. Triggering a reload during notification editor pre-save other notifications must be carefully avoid recursion. To trigger reload save stream, you can use editor interface.reload scene from path with the current scene's path. You just have to implement it. Reload after save. Scene path equals get edit scene root scene path. If scene path trigger reload of scene. Why did I need it to defer it? Checks for notification, clear rooms, your existing logic, and prepares to reload the scene. Gets the path, deferred, reload. Ensures the reload happens after the save completes. Avoiding potential conflicts. I think. All right, let's do a copy. I don't know that this will work, but let's do the thing that we do here, which is Control K to comment it, and then Control V this, Control S. Okay. And I'll just see if that works. Okay. Reload save scene. Okay. Now let's go ahead and Control S. Okay, now that actually seems to work, and I think I'll just leave it, and we'll see if there's any problems, if I run into any problems. Okay. tests. I added in the new code. Seems to work. Okay, I'm not doing any testing today. Already working, so no need to worry. And let's see what my notification is. Okay. Yeah, there's a I don't know if any, well, it's probably just you, Rook, but I don't know if anybody knows this, but um in Space Quest 3, you use Buckazoids to play Astro Chicken and to buy things from like Monolith Burger and whatever. But in Space Quest 4, I guess the image used for a Buckazoid has like the Bitcoin symbol. It's basically a B with the two lines off of it, like a dollar sign. So I guess, and then there's like some weird rumors about um, maybe some of the Bitcoin people, notable people in Bitcoin, actually having something to do with that, or some weird thing, or like Satoshi had a link to somehow linked to the game or some weird thing like that, like some weird link, but it's becoming like this big thing now. So, anyways, I guess Buckazoids are meme coins now, so you can buy them. I guess you can buy them. Okay, so okay. Very success, pending tests, validate, reload. Yeah. Um. If you can be brief. Um. I'm working on uh adding a regular door node as a member of a visual door node. Uh, regular door class. Regular door class instance as a member of a visual door node. What is the best, quickest, easiest way um, let's see. Let's see. I like to add it as a member to expose properties of the door class in the inspector. See, I'm already past my thing. I should be off now again, like usual. But that's okay. briefest solution. Define your door class as a resource. Allow its properties to be serialized and edited in the inspector. Class name extends. Export bar. Export bar. Export door and visual door. Script. Export the door instance. Read out inspector visual door nodes will show a door property with a foldout containing all the exported properties. Door resource. You can create or assign door resource directly in the inspector. Export group for that property is less modular. Already class. Ignore tests of, in fact, ignore the together count. Um, your door doesn't extend anything at the moment. I can extend resource. So, did I not show you the door class? Be ready. I thought I showed it the class. In fact, if you go back up to the thing, I added it in those text files. So we'll see if it will show that to me. I actually did. I believe I did. fact, I can go up, if I go all the way up here, do you know anything about redot? I did share the code. I actually pasted the code. I did paste the code at the start of the conversation. I must have hit a token limit or something. Save scripts. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see something here. I have dev stuff. Odds and ends. Was it Friday, June 6th? I think. Let's go to door.text. That's right. And put that out of there. Like this. Okay. Actually, actually pasted the text is what I did. That's probably what I should do here too, though. Let's go to door. Select all. Copy. Okay. Here's the word.gd door class current version. Please wait to do anything until I pasted the code for visual door. Please acknowledge. Okay. Visual door. Select all. Copy. OV. Keep in mind that visual door currently duplicates or but I'm going to rewrite to use door as a member. Please analyze and give me a brief please keep the response brief. Okay, no base class properties, right? Create initialize the properties can extend resource as you confirm, not ideal for inspector exposure. Duplicate store properties. Stack create function. Replace duplicate properties with a door member. Duplication is redundant. Visual door should delegate door properties to a member. Context use an editor map. Okay. Yeah. Modify. That's fine. Duplicate properties. Door color function create new door. Visual door new. New door dot door equals door dot create. Right. Search door fold out choice color property. Um, update door to extend resource considerations. Initialization door is null. Initialize and ready. Editor map integration. If little rooms creates visual door, ensure it set door. Okay. So, I should be able to include the door member without removing the duplicate members, correct? Uh, so I can test to make sure everything is working as it should before removing other member variables. Okay, yeah. I don't need to do that. I'll just, I mean, I can do that here. So let's say extends resource, and let's see if I get any errors when I save it. No, no errors. Okay, good. Um, and let's go to visual door here, and let's just go ahead and export our door. Okay. And what we're going to do here is I guess I can do it before. I can do it right in between here, probably. New door, not door, close door, dot create ident ch test. That. Okay. Oh, 666. Okay. So now let's go ahead and I know it reloads with the notification, but I'm gonna do a manual reload here. Then save scene. That's okay. 2D. Ooh, crazy. Okay. And actually that wouldn't show up in here, would it? I have to actually hit the door. I just want to see if it exposes it. No, not new door. There we go. And actually, it automatically created the door too, so the door's in there. That's actually not too bad. That's great. That works. That works. Now, whenever I access a door, though, let's go. Okay, so let's go to editor. Let's go to the script. Let's go to the editor map script. And let's try. Well, actually, it wouldn't be in here, right? Because we decided not to do that, right? Right, the door stuff, there's no door stuff being handled in here. It's all being handled via visual room. So let's go to visual room. Let's look up. Now, there's probably a ton of stuff in here. Let's go ahead and find door. Okay. Doors array. Door specs. Let's see if I can look up. Let's see if there's something like door dot ID, something like that. No? Door dot. New doors, visual door create. Append new door. Because this might all work exactly like it's supposed to without me doing anything. In other words, I might be able to remove those properties, comment them out or whatever, and everything might just work here. Door.choice for door indoors. Okay. That's actually not entirely true. Okay, let's see what the next one is. That's okay, create doors from specs. Door.get parent. If door and self.doors. New door dot owner. Door dot choice, door dot destination. Be door dot door dot door dot door dot door dot. If I want to expose them as separate dealies, then that means I have to actually write setters and getters for each item, and so door dot door. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna have to do like an extensive I'm not gonna do it right now. Probably do it tomorrow maybe. But I'm gonna have to do an extensive thing where I replace every access to door. It's gonna be door dot whatever, like destination door dot destination. Unless I change the thing to where it goes for door and soft dot doors, right? It's going through each of the doors in the door array. To calling it something else. Visual doors. So I could call them visual doors. At least, yeah. Let's let's see how many four door is in there. Four door, 10 of 18 matches. So there actually isn't that many for door data now. Words 15. Actually, let's kind of remove some of these. In for door. Okay. For door in self doors. Got some of these. Some of these non-debug prints, I guess. Okay, there's 18 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's actually not a 5, but 5, 6, 7. Okay. That's all we can do for today. Okay. Let me do my little quick recording here. Start recording. Today is Monday, June 9th, 2025. First of all, what I got done today was add these 4 rooms, which doesn't actually do much, but I changed the text a little bit here, and what we got here is going over the bookcase behind the crystal ball. He selects the book entitled Professor Zorlin's Hat Magic Compendium. He takes the book over to his desk, opens it somewhere in the middle, and thumbs through a few pages. He notes 2 spells. The object object translocation spell and the clone conjure spell. If you wish to use object translocation, if you wish to use clone conjure. And right now, all it does here is it goes to these. These are the original versions of Hubert Home 10, and these are all duplicates. So it doesn't do anything other than relocate um, the doors and stuff. And I modified this a little bit. I was way home, local store, candy bar, knows the silver ticket, pulls it out, flipping ticket over, reads the words on the back. And then this is going to be where the portal opens after he reads the words. Now, I had to duplicate the word reading part, but all I did here is I don't actually have let's see. This looks to be entirely different after flipping it over. Anyways, this is going to be the point of where he actually reads the words here. He's going to look at both the partial ticket. He's going to be holding the partial ticket, and he's looking at the words of the other non-Quicksilver ticket, and he's going to read the words, and it's going to go to this. Anyways, that's all I did for that. And let's see. Okay. And then as far as scripting goes, I simply changed the store to resource and added a visual door member to the visual door. And that's all I got for this. And I also modified the notification thing in the editor map. So now what it does is it reloads the scene so that I don't have it hanging like an empty tree over here. So it does do it. It removes moves all the children, then it reloads the scene before it saves. Or this does it actually after it saves because it's called deferred. Anyways, that's all I did today, and I'll see you later. Okay, so I stopped recording there, and now it's about time to end the stream. So I'd like to thank everybody, specifically Rook, for stopping in. Actually, really, I can thank Bagator. He goes by Bagator on IRC, but he goes by Keenan on here on YouTube. And then Crasher Hole, he's from India. In fact, he was just eating dinner, and they're like 8.5 hours. India's got this weird half-hour time zone thing. So, but anyways, he stops by every once in a while. He stops by in the morning, and he stops by at night sometimes in the evening. Anywho, that'll about do it for today. All right. Why don't I do this? So, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for watching.